Well, two of these belts are dead. Huh. This is super unfull. I really wish this game had a priority merger. I'm not sure I care enough to try to fix whatever this problem is. Probably should though. Huh? Oh, I'm missing one of the output lanes here. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so these ones are all broken. None of these are running. The second column. But these like aren't running. What about this side? This looks full. This is not full. Is this not full? This is clearly not full. Oh, is there like a belt, like a train delay thing? Because it's just emptied. Okay, that's probably what's going on here. So this train's just not running frequently enough, apparently. That this is empty. Oh, this is the wrong kind of stop. But no, it's a regular stop. Why'd the train just run through and not stop? Hmm. Mixer isn't coming for a while. Are there not enough trains or... No, something up here is broken, I think. Yeah. What's wrong here? These are full. These are full. These are full. Top lane's full, but bottom lane is not full. Why? I think this is like an issue. Yeah, damn. I think I see what the problem is. Yeah, so the issue... Wait, you put label here. Can I like change this text? Can I fit a overflow into this? Like if I copy this, can I fit this right here? Yeah, I can't fit this here. Or no, I can. Why is it not placing? Oh gosh. It's doing dumb things. Okay, I understand. I also want to grab... Should I add it to all of these things? I don't think I can add it very easily. These things are kind of big. The rotates are small. Yeah, so the issue here is that like this one input is producing two outputs, which creates like a codependency between these two. Like if one is being limited, the other one's being limited. So I need an overflow trash on everything. So I need to design overflow trash into more things. I don't know what it's complaining about. Oh, I see. because it has this thing in there. And then I have these labels now, so I can stick this label here. Rotate clockwise. Like, can I fit like plus T in here? I don't think there's any reason to. No, I don't know. Unfortunately, this is on. I was thinking like, oh, I'll put on the inputs, but I actually need to run this on the outputs, not the inputs. I could have put a trash overflow into here. Like, there's tons of space here. I could have fit it, but whatever. What's going on this train? Why is it like half? Whatever. It's fine. And something I haven't messed with. So it's something there not being a priority merger. I wonder if you can do it with wires. I think you can. Simulate machines. These aren't particularly expensive. Yeah, I feel like you probably implement some sort of priority merger, priority merger that way. This is kind of like a separate issue, but it's something I've been kind of like concerned about previously. Like if you have two inputs like this just mixes them evenly. But let's say you want this to be main and this just to be kind of a top off. So these are just normal wire. Signal producer, flow control. So what I'm thinking is you can read this guy and then control what? I don't know if I can. This is how do you configure this? And this is like just what's the shape? Oh, it displays the contents onto the belt. It doesn't display the speed onto the belt. That's like kind of what I was thinking about doing. I don't know if this would work, but the idea would be like every time this reads a shape, it'll take a shape read here and push it this way. And when it doesn't read a shape, it'll let the shape through. Well, that didn't work. Do I need to have a like logical? Okay. And then we stick a trash here. So nothing's going through, right? Now I'll split in half. It's still getting the signal. Dang, I thought this would be like pulsing up and down. So if I cut this, this turns on. So it does actually work, it's just, it's not aggressive enough. What if I have to have like 2 of these or something? Oops. I don't. What other gates can I use? Wait, not gate. Oh no, XOR gate. In comparison, actually, it's both inputs match the configured comparison. Okay, interesting. Transistor. So that doesn't like reduce this output. I need a NOT gate here. Undo. Right. If I cut off any more, it's like flashing red. Conflict. Okay. So this needs to be like, you can't just connect them and they just add together. Doesn't just add the voltages or whatever. That's fine. And what I want to do is test like what is like the cutoff for this to output nothing. I want to put reader, sorry. You can't, there's no flip of this? What? Oh, well, yeah, I guess there's no point, right? Yeah, I guess I want it like on one end. So if a belt is going at quarter speed, it seems to have a 50% duty cycle. So if you want to measure belt speed, and I get 50% duty cycle for a full belt. If I cut it so it's half, so this is a quarter belt because it's being split twice, so a quarter has half. So if you want to measure how full a belt is, you need to take Alright, if you measure like a full belt like this, doesn't work. So you have to do is measure it like this. I should add an extra thing here to make sure it's actually running at like full speed. So then this, well, this is full belt, so you want this to be on. So I think you just want it like this. Now it's on solid. You put in the NOT gate now. This conversion. So you can see in this case, this is running at 180. This says 177 for some reason. It's clearly bugged. I can put this here so it's, you know, 0 or whatever. If I then like say like, okay, I'm gonna like siphon off half of this or whatever. It's still not running at full. I mean, it looks pretty full. This number implies that it's getting stuck. But I'm not seeing like any gaps or whatever. I think these numbers are just bugged. It's not accurate. These numbers are probably just approximate. And I'll say it's pulling 100 from this one. Like whatever. Just forward. Oh. So now in theory, this will be like 40. Well, importantly, this would be a full belt. This seems to work, this setup. Do I even need this loop? I don't. You don't need anything here. Okay. Still pushes, yeah. I'm gonna make this belt longer so it's easier to see that it's like full. So now like a very, very small amount's gonna be missing. Like here's a gap. There's no gap, it just seems to add it in. And see, let a couple through. So one just went through. So I'll eventually see that propagate as like a one extra. Sometimes. There's like a bit of a buffer here. But this does seem to work. It does do what I wanted to do. Oh. Let's see if I can make this like more compact. So you have your input belt. You need a side read. You need to measure the flow. Put a NOT gate. Measure the flow again. Insert. So this is the priority merger. It's kind of big, but strictly speaking, it's not necessarily a problem. No, do. I think technically these like probably should reverse these lanes. it probably should be like this. I don't know. I think it's fine if they're reversed. So this has like a fill lane. Priority merge. I also want to make a priority split, and that's like a built-in mechanic, so that's at least easy to do. In fact, all I need to do is put a trash, because the trash already has this. Wait, no, not this one. I want trash overflow. This one. So instead of trashing them, referring forward. Okay. Priority splitter. Okay. Good. This is good to have. Okay. Unrelated to the current problem. I just like in my head I was just like, wait, I can actually design this splitter and it will do what I wanted to do. Like, surely there's some logic gates to do it, and they are jank though, but they do work. I'm not entirely sure they're like perfect. But yeah. Right, so I want to have overflow trash on like these lanes. So it would be great if I could stick it right here. But unfortunately it doesn't work because you can't like put them in line. The overflow trash like can only put one through it, so you like a quarter of it through. So you have to put 4 in parallel and then like run it like this. And see, it's way bigger than like it would never fit here, even if I use like layers. I could put them over here for the top lane, but I can't really do it for the bottom lane. I can just probably I'll end up doing just moving these over. So if I like shift this up 1, then I can just drop this right here. And I'd have to do it for all of these. It's kind of unfortunate because it's like used to line up nicely and now like it no longer lines up. I click on just hide, it's fine. And the bottom one's just gonna be correct. Okay. And these just need to be routed. In theory, these will start producing like full lanes now. I just had to make it bigger, which is kind of unfortunate, but that's fine. It kind of just breaks the nice, like everything was like even rows, and now it's like not because it's like one larger. What I might want to do is all of these things. So I have a few 2x2 designs. They have a ton of space in them. I should just design these with overflow. I wonder how hard that would be. It's only awkward because, like, if I shift this up, it'd be easier. But we have a few. Yep. Whoa. I'm not stacker. I want diagonal swap. Swap left. I think that's what this is. Split diagonal. Technically, this one's also an issue, but I can't fit it. Like, this is creating two outputs. It's like basically anything that creates two outputs. Yeah. So it's these three. This one's really easy to add it to. It's trivial. This one is not, because it's so full already. Does it have a thing about? Apparently there's no thing about the trash. I'm just curious. You know, the trash is awkward because it has to be on the bottom layer. Anyways, all these are full now. They're all full now. 1 second. Okay. So one of the kind of awkward things about this whole setup is this produces two outputs, and I'm like trying to like merge them, but like if one isn't, like, you see this belt here is empty. Like this will have to drain before this starts getting anything. Like, yeah, there's just like this. it's awkward. So I kind of want to put like priority merger stuff here. I almost wish I had a platform that was like 2 layers tall, so I can like output out of an upper platform. You know, like you have 2. Like it'd be really nice if I could just like have a belt like this, input, and then on the upper layers like output. But I don't think there really is a real way to do that, and so it always ends up just looking like you have like gaps, so you can have 3 lanes open, and then you can have like your input has to be like 1 lane has to be gapped like this, and so you can whatever do this. That's yeah, I do it like that. So it would have to look like this, right? And it's just like so much bigger. Like compared to the difference of these 2 footprints, I do wonder if there's like some way to like accomplish this. What's up, Snurfton? I mean, I'm open to ideas, but I just don't think it is possible. I'm surprised I'm playing with blueprint points. I just turned on challenge mode. Yeah, challenge mode. I just did whatever the hard difficulty was for manufacturer. I was a little worried about the blueprint credits because like this sounds kind of bad and not good for like how the game works. But it's just so irrelevant. Like about like 15 minutes into my playthrough, I just like immediately had more points than I ever needed, and like yeah, it's just such a non-issue. I don't even think about it. Yeah, like I've wondered if I does using like a bigger blueprint footprint help like at all? And like I don't know, maybe I could have 1 in, 1 in, and then have like 1 out like this. But that's like way bigger. I could like do a thing like 1 in, 1 in, and then does this. Three by 3 with a hole in the middle. What, like this? So what, like 1 like this? I don't know. You haven't thought through. I wish you could like have all these like merged together and then also be out. But if you have like a a level change, you can't also, like, you can only output one side. Well, I could do this. Hold on. Hold on. But this is like realistically not usable, right? Because I have to like merge belts from like here all the way around and then back. Like it doesn't physically work. Technically, I don't even need like this, but because you have 12 belts that you have to snake back and forth across of this. So I don't think it actually works, but yeah, if you limit yourself to one layer, I think it's more doable. Something like this is like realistically doable. It means if essentially just would act like this. You just have two 2x2s just flipped. So you like two merge on the side and output at the top. And I'm like, how much does that improve over the other design? I mean, this is by necessity going to be longer, but like you can put them in a grid like this. I think this needs to be spaced. So you can do something like this. What you can do is basically yeah, so you can do this, and then you can have like the vertical belts like this. Which, you know, it looks more like this now. I don't really know how much that really helps over doing this design. I think this one's just simpler and easier. But this is smaller, right? It's like the same width, but it's like not as long. And this like applies to basically all of these. All these are like 1x1s. Well, that's like 1 in, 1 out. You want things to have multiple ins, which I don't think any of these actually do. Yeah. But like these guys, right? I could turn this into a 2x2. By basically like putting one here and one here, and then running the wires. I can also do like outputs on this side, input on this side, and priority on this one, and then you just have a flipped one over here. It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, that would keep like the same. So this is literally here, and this is here, and then we just run the belts, right? Alright, that's it. And then... So this is like what the 2x2 version would look like. You haven't played when the space belts had higher throughput than the belts on platforms? Yeah, so the way it works is space belts are 4 times the capacity. So if I like ran a belt here, get those out of the way. If I ran a belt here and a belt here and then an output here, like this would process half of the belts. And so the idea is that you would essentially take this, flip it. I mean, it doesn't really need to flip, but you could do this, and then this has to like go over. Or no, you do need to flip it. Yeah, because this needs to go over and then down. So you can do like this kind of layout. And then you can probably have like a slightly less cursed design by, you know, doing this or whatever. Yeah, space pipes I think are even more dense. Space pipes are 24 times as dense. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know why space pipes are so much denser, like more compact than belts are. But yeah. It's convenient. I can't complain. It's just surprising. So something I might actually want to consider making here is use both of these combined. So this like platform is a priority merge. Or we can look at this side, right? This is the priority input, and this is the low priority input, and it merges them. So priority, low priority. I could also put in a priority output and have this be a splitter. So like it would go from like this lane to this lane. And then I'll like take advantage of the fact of like its size or whatever. It's basically this exact signal again, but instead of using these two lines as input, it uses like this line and this line. So I would basically have to do it by, we move this down here. And obviously there's tons of space to do stuff. And then I can grab this device, make a priority output. No, this still doesn't work. I still need one of these. What do I need a priority merger for? So here's an example. The way I have this set up, this outputs two different shapes that are like different, like whatever. But this process outputs two shapes. So if one of these two shapes backs up, then this machine doesn't run, right? Make sense? Now, these can be combined into the same shape. Like I want to just make them into full, like just flat pieces. And so I can do like two different processes on this piece and this piece to produce like these fulls. But you have this like extra like quarter left over. And so the quarter pieces run to this extra post-processing, if you wish, that'll turn the extra quarter pieces left over into another set of these. Now, the problem now is you can imagine this is producing 5/4 of a belt, right? Yeah, this is the new thing for manufacturer mode. So this is producing 5/4 of a belt. I need to make sure both sides are running evenly, because if one of these stops, like because of the way the mergers work, you can't really control how they get merged. If you imagine if like this side got blocked and only this side was running, then this whole process would back up, and then only like this would back up and this will stop running, and then both sides will stop running because one side wasn't running. And the same thing is in reverse. So you have to make sure both sides are being like appropriately consumed, right? And so there's a few ways to handle it. One of them is you put a priority trash. So this is a overflows trash. So it'll try to push through, and if anything doesn't fit, it just gets trashed. And that guarantees that everything on the upstream side will always run. So this side will always run no matter what is happening downstream. And I could put that on everything. But that technically doesn't guarantee that I'm producing full belts in like ways that make sense. So another way you can do it is you can control this merge right here. If you can control this merge, then you can basically make sure that the two sides are being balanced. Another awkward thing about this whole process, so all the ratios here are like absolutely bonkers, and I'm not really properly handling it, but essentially I'm producing 4 belts of emeralds here, but this whole process requires like a ratio of like 3 to 4, not 4. And so I have like an extra, like, you end up with like an extra like quarter belt or like 2/3 of a belt left over. And this process produces, it's like a 3, like it's a 3/4 of an emerald to 5/4 gold. It's like a really, really garbage ratio. It's a 3 to 5. And because you have this 3 to 5 ratio with the belts, it's like, well, no matter what, I have 4 full belts coming in. I'm not going to have full belts coming out. Like, it's just not possible to do it. And so the way I kind of designed it is I kind of round things up in the production side, and then I was going to round them down in the output side. And that would make sure that I have 100% throughput, but I'm also producing full belts still. But it doesn't quite work without like these special like tools, right? Like right now I have this like splitter merger thing going on here, and like this is wrong. Technically it's not like correct or complete. There's lots of cases where this is just incorrect, and I might need like more sophisticated merger logic there. And then the other problem is technically this whole process from 4 belts should produce, so I do 4 divided by 3 times 5. I should end up with 6 2/3 belts. And here I'm only processing 6 because that was just easier. Just keep it rounded down. Anyways, it's kind of a mess. Like if I want to do the full throughput, I technically another 1 more lane here, but I have this issue where I need to like compress these lanes because I'd want these lanes to be full, like full 6 belt lanes, and then a 7th lane that was like 2/3 of a belt. So instead of, I just kind of opted just to drop the last 2/3 of a belt, and it means that like I'm not consuming full 4 belts. I'm consuming is it 2 divided by 3 divided by 6 times 4? Yeah, about 3.5 of the belts are being consumed, approximately. I think it's like 3 4/9 or whatever. Yeah, I just unlocked I just bothered unlocking logic because I was basically like, I couldn't figure out how to do priority mergers because the game doesn't give them to you. They actually recently, in 1.0, actually I think after 1.0, they very recently added a priority splitter. So they have priority splitters, but they didn't add priority mergers. And I was like, this is kind of weird. They didn't have it. And so I was fucking around with logic, and I figured out this circuit seems to be a priority merge. It's a little awkward because of how like this belt reader works, but this seems to function correctly. And so this is my priority merger. So the question is, do I want a priority left side or right side? And it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's actually kind of awkward because what you really need is you actually need splitters on both sides here. And then another set of mergers where they like cross each other. Right? So this is like becomes a balancer. So if this overflows, it'll try to pack this, and if this overflows, it'll try to pack this. I'm like, don't know if that's correct. I need to move this belt out of the way. Now, this is getting to a world where this doesn't really fit anymore because I need to put this like here and here. Like if this goes here, then I don't know where I'd put this. I can go, actually maybe, I can go like here, but there's no room on this spot for these two like lines. Like I need this needs to be like further apart. It's okay if this actually connects like this. That doesn't matter. So I can actually make this more compact. And this thing can... Oh. That didn't cross. Oh, it's 5 wide. Hmm. There is kind of a weird thing where the belts actually don't line up. Like, if you can imagine this like lines up, like this is the left belt and this is the right belt, like coming in. The left belt connects to the right belt and then the right belt connects to the left belt. Like the order flips. And I think for this, before I was like, it probably doesn't really matter, but I think for this process it does actually kind of matter. So I wonder if there's like a more realistic way. It might mean that I just need more space here. So like this. Now the left belt goes to the left. And then the right belt goes to the right. Wait, no, these are like reversed. Hold on. This one's the leftmost belt. This is the rightmost belt. Not this one. Oh God. How do I fix that? I can swap the order of these, I guess. Right? Yeah, because this is left, the middle. Yeah, so now I do need to like have an extra gap here though. Because this can't, I don't want this to go in to this belt. So this is smaller. Because this is the size of the blueprint now. It's definitely smaller. It's also possible I might be able to make this smaller too. But I think I'd have to gap it. I can either gap it more horizontally or more vertically. Essentially. Quite fit here. If I raise it one higher. I'm surprised the old method had this packing work. I wish I could do this, but cannot. I mean, I can kind of do this. very jank, but I can't get this guy over. So if I think I shifted up one, it just isn't going to be a problem. It is still a problem. Wow. I mean, I could rotate this here. It does still like block this square. If anything wants to go like this. Let's compare it to the old design. I guess this had the issue that the lanes got switched, right? The left side one ends up on the right side. I think that's the reason why I'm having problems, is because I'm trying to maintain that, like, this side ends up on this one. I mean, there's still this question of, like, can I get this stuff through? So there's another version of saying you can, this priority splitter here. The idea is, like, can I make it so this fits? And I think you basically have to make it just wide. Yeah, so I mean, you have this shape now, which is kind of just as long, and just wider. So yeah, that just seems kind of bad. Now, what I wonder, part of the mess here is the fact that, like, you can basically have these go in like every other. I really wish this worked, but it has a stupid merge here. I mean, maybe I can just fix this by just putting this here. Huh? Right, no, that's priority split, not priority merge. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. Wait, I can just do this. And then weave over it. Yeah, okay. So it's gonna look like this in theory. And here's our full breadths from here. This isn't enough space to do this routing. Can I, if I can have it move up one, does it work? Not super easily. This can, yeah, it can jump here. Hey, I could just make it a one-way balancer instead of a two-way balancer. Or does that not change the fact Did that change anything about that? Yeah, so in a compressor, one side doesn't have an overflow, right? This side goes through, and if it can't go, if it gets stuck, it gets stuck. And then you only need one of these. Like this would have an overflow into this guy. That would be a compressor. And maybe that's good enough. Why the? Having trouble getting that to work, but. So this is kind of a weird circuit, but priority merge from these two lanes and then also compress. I don't know how much value there is in that. It's interesting, but a compressor I think is going to be useful, but not like this. There's another way of doing compression. So you imagine you have two belts. Like you do this, right? This will turn two belts into one belt, ignoring priority, right? That's great. If you want to turn three belts into two belts, then it's like, well, how do you compress this? And if you like ignore like where you're taking from, let's say you don't care about input priority, you just care about output priority. You just want to have these belts as full as possible. Right, like you can do this. But this doesn't work because if this belt was full and this belt was full and this belt was empty, what would happen is this belt and this belt would split here, and then 50% of the belt would go forward. And so this would run at half speed, this would run at full speed, and then this will be half empty and this would be full, and then this is still empty. So like this doesn't work because of the way mergers always balance the inputs in this game, I'm pretty sure. But what you want is a priority merger. If this was a priority merger, so the left side always took first, then this would work. But now it's like, well, you need two of them, right? It also still isn't guaranteed the scale still. Like if you had another, if it was all the way around, like these two belts were full, and you had a priority merger here, then what happened is this would split, 50% would go here, 50% would end up here, and then this would prioritize this line and take 50% here. So this would take 100%, and this would take 50%, and then this would end up with 50%, and this would end up with 100%. So in either of those combinations, that doesn't work. So this needs to be a priority merger, and this needs to be a priority splitter. It needs to prioritize splitting to the right side, but prioritize merging from the left side. Then if it had that kind of setup, if these two were full, this would go to this lane and then this would go to this lane. If these two were full, this would go to this lane, this would not go straight and then go forward. If it was the outside two lanes, this would go straight and this would go here. And that's for two. If you had three, you just put another one here. So if it's like these two lanes would end up on these two lanes. If it's these two lanes, it would just end up on these two lanes. So it doesn't guarantee which lane it's going to be outputting on. If it's the middle two lanes, they would just shift over. If it's like these outside lanes, it would end up on these outside lanes. If it's like three lanes, it would just go through. If it's like, you know, like these three lanes, it would end up on these three lanes. So that would work, but this requires so many buildings. Like each of these junctions is this. So not a huge fan of that. So you can imagine like this is, let's say this is a priority. I guess it could be both priority. Yeah, so a priority merger would look like this, and a priority splitter would be like backwards. We'd have two inputs and one output. or sorry, 2 outputs, 1 input. And then this would like feed into this kind of thing. It's like trying to give you the shape. And so you'd have like 1 belt here, 1 belt here, and then 1 output here, and 1 output here. And so these 2 tile junction would turn into this monster. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting about this like layout and the reason why I'm wondering I can make it even more compact is I do think you can combine these into a single function. Or not that one, not this one. So you have 2 inputs and 2 outputs. And all it does is says try to move the right input to the left output. With like the priorities, like prioritize outputting on the left side, or prioritize inputting from the right side. And wait, how does this work? This is priority this way, but then this is priority this way. So prioritize taking from this side to this side. Anyways, you can see why it's like getting messy. But I actually wonder if I can just make a 4x4 square like this or whatever. And there's no 4 or like 2 of these or whatever. And then you can have like input 1, input 2, and then you have like output 1, and then output 2 kind of thing. Instead of doing this. You'd still need to have like 3 of these. And it's weird, the machines don't take a lot of space. Just like just having this throughput for the belts is what's annoying. I think this would need to be like this, maybe. Does this even work? Am I like 100% sure this works? But I think it needs to be like this, so these can interface together. They have that like logic priority. Output some this way, output some this way. Same thing, but like some it passes through, and then some it passes us through. So you have 2 belts going up and 2 belts going down here. I think that would work. And again, this design is obviously really big. And it's an interesting problem. I'm not, obviously I've spent like, you know, over an hour on this. Mostly just because I find the problem interesting. Realistically, I just kind of don't care right now. This problem is a non-issue right now. But like, eventually, it's something I may consider. I think gold has like the worst ratio. I think looking ahead at the future recipes, nothing else has like a ratio of 3 to 5. Like this is a 1 to 3, or this is a 2 to 3, which is still like not great, but way more reasonable. Like this is like an even number of full lanes. This would easily just turn like my 6 lanes into 12 lanes, and this is like a 1 to 2, so it's my 12 lanes turned to 24 lanes, which is a lot of fucking lanes. And then this is a 2 to 1, so now it goes back down to 12 lanes. And I don't know what the recipe here is because it doesn't tell me. Oh, I clicked on it and it gave it to me. There it is. So this is 1 to 1. And I assume this doesn't give me anything. So the point is that like this is the only one that this issue probably exists for. And so I don't actually, unlike my other problems, I don't know if I actually care about trying to like solve this problem now so I have the tools available for the future, because I think it just isn't as important. It's a little awkward how much space it takes up, like how much like platform space it uses. But once I get to that point, maybe I'll go back and like revisit this particular issue. Okay. Sorry, I feel like I kind of wasted a lot of time there, but it was an interesting thing to think about. So you'll have to forgive me for that. So like all the previous chapters where this has happened, I want to prioritize unlocking the next thing. So my throughput of aquamarine, amethyst, and diamond are all, or aquamarine and amethyst are all very low, and I don't care because I'm going to be using these alternate recipes in the future. Diamond's a little funky because there is no alternate recipe. So in theory, I should be setting diamond up for its full throughput of a fucking ton, right? Which is 12 lanes of amethyst. In theory, or 24 lanes of amethyst. Which is just so much. A little worried about platform capacity. But I should consider, but I also just really want to unlock the next tier. Because once I unlock the next tier, then I can go back and finish all this up properly so I can see all my belts working. So I'm kind of like on a little bit in between of like which I prefer. We already set this up. This was super easy. Okay. So let's analyze these shapes a bit. So we have a lot of squares. We have wedges, squares, and circles, and stars and circles. And in terms of color, we need white, magenta, and apparently blue. So in theory, let me pull out. Let's say we have like one belt of this running, which I think we do. You have shape 1 is 1 wedge, half of a square, half of a circle. And there's some pins, but that's whatever. Shape 2 is just 3 squares. And shape 3 is 1 circle and 1 wedge and 1 star. So only star. So in total, that's 1 wedge, 3.5 squares, 1.5 circle, and 1 star. And in theory, this is all 24x, but you know, I'm not going to worry about that number. That will make this become a very big number of things I need. I'll probably have to design the factory more tileable than the way I've been doing it. So I probably want to design it around making 1 anyways because of just how atrocious it is. And this also produces half of a diamond, which is a little awkward. So I want to put probably a thing to like merge these. This also has 4 inputs, which I don't know what that looks like. Whoa. Okay, it's like 1 on the side and 3 on the... Okay. Okay, so we're... Anything special about the colors I need? Let's assume we can source white from wherever. We obviously need a lot of red and blue because there's a ton of magenta. I may just want to make magenta, just a ton of magenta, and just have that out on a train because this needs so much of it. Because I have a white train, which, again, I have questions of whether or not the white train is producing enough white. But it seems to be okay right now, but I think my factory just isn't really running. But I guess, in theory... If I made a blue train and I have a white train already, I still have this one one magenta train of a white train. I still have this one blue. So I could just look for blue spikes or blue stars. Which certainly could just find that instead of painting it. Anything here that is uncolored, I have some squares and circles. So squares and circles are the only thing that need to be uncolored. So if I can find like 2 blue spikes, that might be kind of convenient. Follow the spiral. Following the spiral. 1 blue spike. Oh, see, this one's 2 blue spikes. Okay, so we could use this. In fact, let's just do that. So I need 1 star, but half of it is painted. Okay, cool. That's perfect. So what I can do here is then mine this. Just one mine. Let's just double everything. One thing I'll note here is that nothing here is quarters. They're all like half shapes. at worst. In the previous thing, this one had some quarter shapes involved, like this quarter spike. So everything had to be a 1:4 ratio. But because everything's half shaped, I think I want to double everything so that it's at least going to be even. And that's still kind of reasonable. I mean, I need 7 squares, which is a little tricky, but 7 squares isn't impossible to get. But yeah, so we need 2 stars here. Just quite easy to get. This one's kind of a little also funny because it's like... This one's producing the blue that we need. If we need more blue elsewhere, it's like a little tricky, but... need to do a swap. So you have... It's like exactly the same thing we had earlier. And then so 2 lanes of 2 lanes, and they have overflow trashes. And this whole thing could be tiled if I want to. We'll leave this for now. Okay. So those are our... Oh, we actually have just like magenta shapes. I kind of don't think I'm gonna get enough of these though for it to realistically matter. Wedges and squares. Magenta wedges and magenta squares. I do need those, I guess technically. Where did I build that building? It's 3/4. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna drop a pin right here so I can find that. Okay, it's upright, not left. Okay, so we need a ton of squares. Squares, circles, and stars. So circles, wedges, squares. Wait, this wedge is a fake wedge. Oh, there's also stars here. I mean, I can use this, but it's also a fake wedge. And technically I can make some magenta here. So if I want to just build the factory right here, I could. Those are signs. I think that was white. I was like, really? It's like squares and wedges like right there, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's just use the squares. Yeah, it's a 6-to-1 ratio. Okay. One for this. Wait, one for this. Yeah, so 2 for this, 1 for this. Yeah. And then squares. It's 1 for this, and then which is uncolored. No, that's white. Oh, okay. Yeah, then 6 for this. Got it. It's still 6-to-1. Okay. Okay. Got our squares. I need circles, so I'll just grab this. It's like are so like weirdly shaped. I never like know how to. Yeah, we have our stars. Okay, then the wedges are funny. So I have this thing, but I think it's outputting the wrong shape. Man, I don't even remember how this thing worked. Okay, so I am unmuted now. We're up to pink, that's right. One of these has to be stacked. Which one's stacked? These shapes are stacked. Or pinned or whatever. Just throw that right here, I guess. Okay, that's one shape down. Oh, I should have been turning these in the whole time. Whatever. Okay. Next shape. Just square, mix square, square. Which is over here. Probably want to send this backwards instead of this all the way around. Okay, no pins on this. So conceptually, it's like a stack, then another stack into another stack. I'm gonna figure out. Oh no, there's only 3 shapes, right? Okay, so it's not even. Yeah, so it just looks like this. In that case, the bottom layer is one of these. And then this ends up on top. But it does need to be pin pushed. And then one of these comes up here. Then this gets copied. In either order, I guess. above. Okay, that's shape 2. Shape 3 is just one stacker. It's this on top of this shape. This is one on top. Pinholes. Okay, that's all our shapes. One second. I figure out which one goes where now. So this one goes onto this line, which is the bottom line. This one goes onto this line. And these ones go onto the middle line. And then I need a train to pick up. Whoa. Oh god, I broke the train. Whoops. Okay. The next I need is... Yeah, I need this train from this guy. Should only have one, but... That is... Future issue to be resolved. Quota got completed like instantaneously. I should have done this one first because I'm making it the slowest too. Why did I not hook this up? So stupid. Going where? Where are we going? Oh, all the way up here. Okay. We're gonna split that just so that it will feed both sides evenly. I'm gonna swap diagonal. It needs to be also like rotated. Yeah, I need rotate. And this is all to produce one lane. Cool. Pings. Where to get pinged? Clearly not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the train's waiting to be filled. Is it just not running at max speed? No, it sure is. Like, there's a train waiting to load right now. Question is there a train going to show up before this leaves? This train leaves first, then I know that I need to add more trains. Oh, here's the train. Yeah, I don't think so. I think there's just always a train. Yeah, this just emptied. No train waiting. There's definitely plenty of trains. I don't know why this isn't working. There's like an extra delay. I'm suspicious. I'm just gonna add another train. It's fine. Okay. For the most part, we basically just have to wait. And then we'll unlock the next tier. We'll unlock this thing. I don't remember how crystals work. I guess I can just read up on it first. Make anything machine. can use a crystal generator to crystallize gaps and shapes. Crystals are fragile and thus break when falling down. For example, when stacked. Cutting through a crystal will shatter it. So if you cut a crystal in half, both ends break. You drop a crystal, it breaks. You can stack onto the crystal. Okay. When stacking crystals, it breaks, and you can use a swapper to swap the halves as long as you don't cut through them. You can break crystals during swapping the crate. You can break crystals during swapping the crate. To create shapes with gaps below the crystals. So you're basically make floating crystals, floating shapes. Is that what they're saying? Like without a pin pusher? Because I will fill the gaps and pins in a shape with fluids, hardening into crystals. Chain multiple generators to combine different colored crystals in one shape. The crystals are always circular, I guess. Chain multiple generators to combine different colored crystals into one shape. Yeah, it says pins and gaps. Yeah. Combined crystals are fragile. They break when falling down. For example, while stacking, cutting will shatter it, destroying all connected crystals. Use a swapper to rearrange halves without breaking them as long as it doesn't cut through the crystal. I was not entirely sure the behavior of this thing. So it uses 2 fluids versus very belts. Oh, I see. So if you have a floating shape instead of a pin, then that still is like valid. They only check. They don't check for pins. They just check for the shape parts. That's interesting. So like, okay, I have a few questions about this. If you have like multiple layers of a shape and you run this in a crystal generator, will this fill the gaps of only the top layer, or will it fill the gaps of like everything? And then like similarly, if I have a shape that has like a pin on top or whatever, does that fill like that whole layer with a crystal? Or does it ignore that layer? Or does it fill like only the pin? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fill a layer that has no shape in it, right? Because otherwise it would just fill all 4 layers. But I'm curious if like if you have just a pin in a layer, if that counts for filling, or if it will still ignore that layer. I don't see unless you have 5. Okay. Maybe I didn't play insane. Maybe I only played on hard. Or extreme or whatever. Cause I don't remember doing five height shapes. But I remember being kind of annoyed by that because the thing I complained about floating pins was not... I think you only do in extreme, you don't do it in insane. Which I found very odd. Like a pastel crystal. Yeah, I guess what I meant more was like if you have a pin on top of the shape. Like nothing on top of the pin, you just have a pin on the top of your shape. Like what would happen if you put that in the crystal generator? So this is a full red. So in order to produce a full red, so this will take a couple like steps, I guess. And this is like kind of the reason why I was asking. Like if I put it in a shape that's just pins and put it in the shaper, will it just make it into reds? Would fill every gap in that layer and below, from what you understand. Okay, so it will fill layers even if it's a pin on the top layer. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if I'm going to use that knowledge. So like to make this shape right, you're going to make this top 2 layers with pins supporting it, fill it with green crystal, pin it again, push it again, and then fill it with red crystal, right? Oh, that's annoying that this is like a triangle and a spike. Anyway, so 1 triangle, so 1 star, 1 wedge, and 4 circles. And then we need a bunch of green and red paint. You put in just 4 pins. It'll make crystal white full. Yeah. That's cool. That's interesting. This is basically done. So fine shaking fluid, blah blah. Okay. Did that unlock anything interesting? Yeah, so we got. Oh, those are expensive. I just realized that was 12K. That's fine. The CG in the second layer is crystal green. In this shape? Yeah, so the idea is you would make I'm trying to remember exactly how pins work. There's like a way to destroy pins, but I think it's just pushing them off the top, right? Welcome back, Molly. Open the codex. Oh, because of saving. Our pins were actually kind of annoying to use. Uncatered course once fall unstacked. Use pin pusher to add support pins, preventing this and allowing them to. Alright. You wouldn't put pins in this one. Yeah, I was like, at first I was like, I thought making the pins was like straightforward, and then I realized that like, it actually is kind of a pain. So I think I might just make just this bottom shape, fill it with crystal, pin push it, fill it with red, and stack white on it, or all the way around. You'd make the wedge spike, drop the white on top of it. Well, if you drop the white first before you fill the crystal, then these wedges would fall, right? Or do they stay connected because it's like... I thought they would get split up. That was like the point of the wedges, the point of the pins. Gosh, man. Or does that only like fall through if like these are like disconnected? No. What I'm saying is, if you have just like this white shape, the white circle, and then you have this wedge spike, like those are your only two shapes. If you stack the white circle onto this like wedge shape, would these two corners fall down, or would it stay floating if there's no pins? Like, would there be a gap here, or would this like quarter fall down? It only falls if it's disconnected. Oh, okay. I thought it always fell, and that's why like you needed to put the pins here so that this would be supported. Oh, that's even easier. I mean, I was thinking that you could, if you make this bottom shape, you can fill it with crystal, then stack the white on top, pin push, and fill with red. I think it's basically the same thing. It's equally complicated, but you're just saying that you could stack the white first and then fill with green, pin push, fill with red. It's the same number of machines. You can just do it in a different order and it works, but that's good to like know, I guess. Now I wonder if I can just find this shape. Wedge spike. How do I search? There's usually like a thing here. Oh, I just have to zoom out more. Got it. So wedge, spike, empty, empty. Look, it's right there. Easy. Is there green right here? No. Let's see. Is there another one? This one has green. If you drop it after filling it, the crystal shatters. Yeah, but they can be dropped onto. Or does that also break it? I assumed it only broke if you're in the upper half when you do the stacker. If you're on the bottom half of the stacker, then it's fine. Or does it break either way? Because this description just says if it gets dropped. Yeah, break when falling down. But they don't like give an example of it of the other way around. You've never tested it before? I mean, surely we can just test that right now. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Okay, 8 belts of this. Which means only 8 belts. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of white paint. Alright, well, definitely have to make more white paint. Alright, so white paint. So we actually need a ton, right? Because it's 2 to 1, right? You need 2 sets of paint for every like belt of resource. So instead of needing 8 belt, I actually need 16 belts of green. That's a lot of green. I'm gonna have to train that in, I think. I was like, oh, there's some green here. All right, well, let's just paint the green right now, just because I want to test this. We'll worry about the consequences in a bit. crystal generator. Okay. So we'll just do this. And then I'm going to put a stacker. Yeah, so it looks like the bottom one is fine. I do need to probably make a blueprint for this. Yeah, so the problem is that you need twice as many fluid inputs as solid inputs, according to this thing. Yeah, this thing will satisfy 3, and this will satisfy. You need 6 to satisfy one of these. Oh boy, this is like an awkward shape. Is this too high? Oh god, it's too high also. When you're testing, there are issues with predictions later in the game. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, trains can be really... I mean, trains are very picky about like stuff like orientation and stuff like that as well, where like most turn-ins don't care. Yeah, the fact that it's too high is rough. This also has no through pipe. Oh no, this like sucks butt. Yeah, the predictor is like wrong a lot, annoyingly. This is so big, I don't know how to make this fit. Like, I can do this, but the problem is that's too tall. So like, if I like copy this and go up a layer, it doesn't work. I mean, there's gotta be a more compact design, but... Hmm. I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine this being smaller right now. Like, even if I use this shape, like, this is one lane. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna get this to fit. So I think I just need to use a 2x2 or something. Maybe a 1x3. I really wish this fit. Okay, I think I can see a vision where this is smaller, but it's gonna have to use like more layers. So the pipe was here. And the belt was the belt was here. No, I can't do that. I can do this. And then, like, I can put the pipe here. And this pipe can be shared? Oh, hold on. No, that is an issue. Because this doesn't actually turn in. I can fix that, though. I can just do this. Oh, I need to do this, too. Now we can delete this, copy F. And this is like what, one tile smaller? Yeah. Can I rotate this? Can I fit this now? Oh. Yes. part issue is this can't come in from right here, but that's fine. I can come in from like a spot next to it. So like this can be like this. Unfortunately, I can't fill the pipes here and here, which kind of was my plan. I was hoping to do that, but I can go from the left and right side, I guess. I don't really see that working. Uh, Works it. One second, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah. Much chaos in the house. Star Fox movie. There was a Star Fox movie announcement. Your Make Any machine is not working. I have no idea. I haven't gotten that far in the game. I mean, I've unlocked the global transmitters. I haven't tested them at all. I guess I can fuck around with them to see if I have better luck with them. It's possible that they're just, broken. You can be crazy and rising time. I mean, controlled channels. How do you set the channels? It's just global. Oh, I see. I don't know. If you have any questions, I guess let me know. But yeah, hope that like makes sense. So like in theory, you could have a pretty large number of channels to select from, because it's a little weird, because normally in a game like you would think that like the channel is like a channel number, and so you set the number of what channel you're like transmitting over, but this game doesn't have numbers, and so like every unique shape is like essentially a different number that you can use. So they're kind of like double using both the channel number and the shape value as like the same kind of thing. I could imagine like a universe where like I would kind of imagine that basically anytime you'd be using this, like this is just gonna be set to a fixed value. Like you're just not a constant here, and this is just a fixed number based off of like what signal you want to be sending. But I could imagine like a weird situation where this is actually a variable, and so like you can probably do some interesting thing where it's like you can conditionally select what channel you're sending the signal over. Like, for example, like I'm not saying this is the way to do it, because there's so many. Once you have, you only need a couple of signal like controls to be able to do literally anything in terms of like Turing machine and completeness. But like, for example, let's say you have a signal value that says like, please produce, and then here you would set like the shape that you want to produce, and then where that shape is being produced, it would be listening to that channel. And so like if it sees on the channel that is itself a production shape, then you could do it that way. So like this is the shape to like talk to, and this is like the instruction to send. But I don't know if that like really makes sense to do things that way. You could. Most likely this is just like every one of these things will have like a unique number channel that you want to talk to, and then this is just a variable command to send that's just specific to that thing. Okay, I do need to select. There are no trains.
Rate the trains.
I mean, it's the same game, but I just don't have any trains right now. I think more. This can't. One pipe can't fit all this.
Daddy.
It's 24 each, right? Each of these is
Daddy.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 12.
Daddy.
Well, it's only 4 per, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so each one can only support this much. Because this is 12. But I need 2 per. So it's... Oh, this is awkward. I need to be 3 pipes for 8? Is that really the... Doesn't sound right. The ratio should be like a multiple 4, shouldn't it? I mean, maybe that's right. This is kind of an absurd amount of paint. The direct was not exciting. Yeah, I can't say I'm shocked, to be honest. Doesn't sound right. Because I go from the 8 of these and you mean 16. Because effectively each one fills one lane. So it's 12, one for each lane. So it's just 1. And it's a 4 to 24 ratio, so it becomes a 4 to 12. Yeah, so it's just 3. Wow. Okay. I had to think about it in like 2 different ways to, you know, convince myself. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of an absurd amount of paint. I don't even know how to get that much paint, really. Like all is blue and I need green and red. Oh, the music really is just stopped, huh? And yeah, so I need 24 of these to fill. Probably only get like 4, maybe 5 from this. So I need 48. I mean, obviously I can just make less crystal. I don't have to make all of this, but jeez. Over here so I can find it again. Star 64 Remaster for Switch 2. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so maybe I can get 24 from these spots? And then 24 times, it's 24 times 4 times 12. So it should be 1,115. That doesn't sound right. It's not times 4. So 288. So this is still not a full belt. It's 275. I don't know why there's no audio. I should probably just restart the program. $236. Oh, is there just no... Hold on. Maybe my computer got muted or in a weird way. Wait, maybe is there game audio? Maybe it's just I can't hear it. Oh, okay. It was just me. Apparently, just kids be crazy. Okay. It's a pretty long distance. So I'm just gonna make a train for each of these. And put a stop. Okay. We're gonna do something slightly more intelligent here to make this like easier to deal with all like the Okay. And over here, we just have unload fluid, weak stop. There we go. So that's reds. Now they do the same thing for green and find like 3 green spots. So this 2, 3, 4. We're gonna do the exact same thing. Grab these 4 paint spots. Whatever. What's up, Moles? This is using up so many squares. One second. The more I look at this, the more weird this is. Like, in theory, I'm just using twice as much paint as this, so I should just need twice this area. I guess it's actually a lot. It's like 600. Yeah, maybe that's reasonable. At least I'm getting better at building these train stations quickly. Okay. I think the shape's upside down, but who gives a shit? So this is 8 lanes of this crap. So I need 8 lanes of circle. And also 8 lane of circle, and also 8 lane of white. But once again, I don't know how much white we have excess of anymore. Like, we go here, it's still backed up. Well, again, because machines aren't running anymore, so I don't know. Because how much is 8 lanes? It's a 1 to 6 ratio. Like, this holds 6 times the amount. So 8 lanes is more than 1 belt of this. I think I just need to make more white just to feed this. Okay. I need 8 lanes of circle. Ideally with all the colors close by. I mean, there's blue here. Not that bad. I need to change the save interval. It's just the freeze is so annoying. If this was big enough, I would, but I don't think it is. I can maybe get like 6 out of this. It's not good enough. How many painter can I get out of this? $233. Okay, that's good enough for. Okay, it's a little far, but that's just fine. So, well, just need 8 lanes. 8 lanes. Eight lanes of circles. I want to just make a gigantic blueprint for this stuff. And just plop it down, and you know what you get is what you get. Here. This thing. Oh, lag. Even this distance is worth training. This one's probably not worth trading. Guess we'll color code this. This is a blue train. And this is green train. Okay, white paint. And then we need painters, modify painter. Pick up. And this has to go over here. 6. So I need at least 4 trains. Let's just make 6. Kudoki. Like around here. Bro, I hate the lag. I just like it lags while I'm letting go because placing the belt lags, and then my mouse moved during the lag period, and so it just gets placed in the wrong spot. Like what? Try that again. Okay, and then I need stackers. Okay. And we just set up donation. Cool. And then we'll like get an absolute crap ton of levels very, very fast. This train is only partially full? Is there something broken? These are all full. These are super not full. That's full. These are both empty. So I just need more trains? This is full and waiting. Yeah, let me just... Let's put more trains down. Oh, it's... the rail didn't connect. Whatever. I'm gonna add more trains here just in case. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Where is these trains? It's full and there's no train. Huh? I don't like see any. I see plenty of red ink going. I don't see any green ink at all. Being collected. Oh god, this is... Did I not connect any of these? So this one's filling. Where are all my trains? Where's all my green trains? I don't understand. Whatever, I'll add more trains, I guess. To all this nonsense. I don't think I need to. I'm pretty sure 2 trains is enough, but... I'm just a little worried about nothing here is like running. Okay, I'm seeing green trains now. I think the trains are broken. I don't know why. Like, there's plenty of red trains. For some reason, the green trains just weren't running. But, like, replacing the train cars down seems to have fixed it. This is the wrong kind of stop. No, it's the correct stop. It's a small stop. Okay, so in theory, these are all like kind of running. This one's just straight empty. That one's empty. That one's empty. That one's... It's not running well. Now, it might just be like this is like a belt delay issue and this will clear itself up if I just let it run for a bit. There definitely should be enough things being made. So I don't know what specifically is causing the issue. I see green. I see red. Green is not full. No green trains are coming. It's like I'm not making enough green. Like, look how many red trains there are. Just, like, moving. Maybe it's just because the red trains are backed up, and so they all are holding it. But still. Empty. And the next train isn't for a while. And they're about 3 apart. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it should be 3 and 3. So 6 should be plenty. I don't know why this is not enough. I don't know. Maybe they're just like synced weird. I was really hoping there'd be 4 full belts, and I'm just seeing this crap. They're all like barely running. Literally none of these are full. Maybe the green distances are a little bit longer, but like, can I see where all these trains are? Like, there's literally no trains. This line has no trains on it. I don't understand. I just checked the whole line. There's no return train or forward train. It's just broken. Any ideas? I mean, obviously there's some green trains. I see this top station. I think this top station is the only station that's working. Wait. Wait, are they all the red stations here? Wait, what? Why is this happening? Yeah, all the trains are going to one place. Are all the trains up here? They are. Look at this. What? Why? I don't understand. I thought they always returned to their station. They don't return to their station? Ah, malls. Is there information here about this? So my guess is just that trains don't return to their origin when they reach the end of the line, which feels like a bug. Am I crazy? Is that a bug to anyone else here? Looks like I'm gonna have to take care of Molly. I mean, there's a solution to this, but I'm just really shocked that it behaves this way. Because, like, all the trains are going to one station. So they're returning to one station. Yeah, so the solution here... I feel like I've had done the same thing elsewhere, so I wonder where else my train stations are broken. Alright, anyways, the trick here is you give each of these a different color. So you make this red, and then you say red is like automatically goes in a different way. So red, blue, white, and I'll do the same thing here, apparently. I figured I had plenty of trains, but now it makes more sense. To give it a little bit for this to like catch up. But like once it's going, there should just be like constant train. Like there should be a train waiting to unload always. So you can see the green one's starting to do that. Like there's always a green train waiting to unload. Now there's always a red train. Yeah. Malls, down. Yeah, there's plenty of trains, like they're backed up here. It's like it's taking too long to load, but maybe it's fine. Yeah, I mean this is showing up and this hasn't emptied yet, but this is also like not fully flowing. Alright, so how are these looking? Still pretty bad. Yep, pretty atrocious still. These are not full. Alright, so now I'm wondering if there's a bug with these blueprints. And these are fully running. And it's fully outputting. Oh, did I not? Oh, God. No, they're all there. Okay, this is, I guess, full. Okay. Maybe it just was delayed. Like, this one's not full. Yeah, maybe there's a belt delay issue. Yeah, I just don't think there's enough green paint here. Why are there even gaps? Like, this is continuous, this is full. But there's still like a brief period where it turns off. That's kind of annoying. It's like, it's missing like 1/16 of the, or whatever it is. I mean, that means it's only running slightly inefficient, but it should be way more full. Like, that's full. This is not full. And this is not full. Full. Not full. Not full. Yeah, maybe it's just a full. Full. This one's only 2. Yeah, and this one will have like the same problem. These 2 should be full. Kinda not. And then not full, not full, full. Not full, not full, full. I also wonder if I've just messed with the math and this can't feed 12. It's like none of these are full. The rate's actually kind of bad. It's worse than the previous one. Yeah, we're producing less than 4 belts, which is like ridiculous. It should be producing 8 belts. It's running like less than 50% efficient. I do wish I had a thing that would tell me what the rate is, but yeah, look how many like trains they're not backed up for color. So yeah, definitely need way too many trains. Might drop this back down to 2 to recover some of my points, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's like hooked up. It's not clear what the issue is. The only thing that comes to mind is I've messed up the math for how much paint I need for this. But there's also this like annoying bit here where there's like gaps in like the train output. Like, what is this? I don't think I've seen that before anywhere else. These aren't running like 100%, but pretty close. Like if I go to somewhere else that's... I'm thinking like, where am I training liquids around? Yeah, that's not a good example. These look like running basically continuously. It's actually a good sign. If these are running continuously, it basically means that... No, it's not. Never mind. Some of them are and some aren't. Yeah. Dang. He's looking more full than before. At least now this is running faster than this is. This is frustrating though. They are like mostly full. Like all these belts are some more full than others. Why are there trains with no fluid on them? This station has no... I'm gonna reclaim some of these. 2 should be enough. Should I be worried about that my blueprint credits have gone underflow? Am I allowed to paste? Game is thinking hard. Okay, it did let me paste. Game is not like me copying these gigantic blueprints. But yeah, this is negative. I have negative 2 billion credits, and the funny thing is the number's not changing anymore. It's not like increasing to a bigger number. It hit this negative number and now it's stopped. It's still donating for an operator level at least. I don't know how to interpret this. Oh, interesting. These don't cost any blueprint points? These have machines on it that cost blueprint points? Oh, the game is not like that. The game is really unhappy at what I just told it to do. My game may have crashed. Everyone disliked that. I think this is like a win condition, isn't it? Is that how it works in video games? It is very funny to me that the blueprint total breaks. Like clearly they're storing it as a 4-byte signed integer. Like, but like 2 billion is like a very normal number to reach, obviously. So part of me is wondering, like, am I playing the game fucking weird? Like, I clearly have like way more blueprint points than they like intended people to have. Because my blueprint points is like broken, and also yeah, the game is pretty fucking crashed. It's thinking, but I don't know if it's ever gonna finish this calculation. I don't know why this blueprint apparently is so hard for it. It's just I'm just gonna force quit the game, I guess. Is there an update? I thought there was an update about. No, they basically have done no updates. 11 minutes ago. I don't think I did anything last like bit of time. I think I maybe deleted some train rails. Yeah, the game gets this game's taking a really long time to load. Is my file like dead? Did I break my file? Okay. We're back. We're back. This station's still broken. Then I was deleting half the trains. Okay, I don't know why that caused the game to freeze. My computer just cannot handle this. Let me turn that off. Allegedly, the Shapes predictor does have like a pretty noticeable impact. Why is this not? Oh, right, because this one doesn't. Yeah, there's still like a gap. Now, it's possible this gap isn't real. It's just part of the simulation, like, artifact. It's not, like, actually happening. My blueprint points are still negative. It's about twice. So now, allegedly, it's basically fully running. Okay, that was a lot of work. What's the thing you can donate this for? Like, I could donate it for emeralds if I wanted to for some reason. We've hit top 2% from this. These levels are also still really low. Like, I should probably like increase my production of these starting things. This first one's funny because this one requires like stone, and the rest of them don't. So it's really easy to have like tons of these guys. But this shape is simple, so I could pretty easily scale this up a ton. This shape's a lot more annoying. And there's 2 more levels? How many like levels do they expect you to get? Okay, so in theory, the next step is the alternates. Okay. Is this a white crystal? Oh, that's kind of annoying. So there's something else about this whole process, since it was a very, very paint intense. I do wonder if there's like a more efficient way to make this stuff. So one idea I had was, I wonder if there's a way to separate the layers. And I don't think there is. I don't think like there's any mechanic that lets you separate layers. Because that would be my idea. It would be like, you like make a entire cake of just of one thing using pins, and you just make a cake of it, and then you can like cut it up and give it as you need. But I don't think you can. Like when you look at these guys, like this one, it clearly more efficient to use. You can paint, if you can fill like pins here, then you can paint this whole thing with one paint instead of being 2 paint layers. Getting these pin setups is a little tricky, but that would be like the ideal. No, actually, I think it'd be pretty. When you just if you pin push this top part and then drop it on this bottom part, these pins will fall, but this part will stay standing, and then everything would be filled. Yeah, that'd be how you would do that. But like you have this, which is like, oh, more white crystal. Like it'd be great if you could somehow use white crystal from this to also make this. I just don't think you can. And then same here, red crystal. This also is red crystal. Like these are both red crystal. Like, so I'm like, is there a way to make a lot of this and then like cut up the crystals? Like obviously you can't cut this way or this way. That breaks the crystals. And I guess there's just no way to split the layers. Yeah, once you stick them together, they're kind of stuck together, like vertically. Yeah, it just requires a lot of ink. Particularly you think about just like how many lanes of this stuff I have to make to satisfy like this nonsense that I'm making here. Like this should be 12 lanes at this point. That's like, how much white? It's two whites. It's 2 whites and 2 reds. And it's like 12 full lanes. So that's 24. And then was like divide by 3. So we need 8 belts of white paint and red paint. I mean, it's doable, but Jesus, that's a lot. And then of course you go here and it's gonna ask for more crystals, right? None of these are crystals so far. Wow, this requires like multiple 1/4, 2/4, 6/4, 7/4, and yeah, here's some crystal. Not a lot. Yeah, so it's 8. It requires 2 full paintite crystals. Yeah, only one. This is kind of shockingly little. Okay, that's surprising. Anyways, we're not going to be able to do this for a really long time because I don't think I'm going to work on this because this doesn't really unlock anything I care about. I'm pretty sure. So wait for me to. Yeah, I don't unlock anything of interest. So I think before I work on this, I'll just build up all the previous productions first. The one thing I'm a little concerned about is the platform capacity. I've mostly ignored it. You know, I just hasn't really needed to. But I'm a little afraid if I build all of this out, it's going to be a problem. Anyways, the next thing I want to work on is going to be aquamarine. We have 6 belts of this stuff, so this is going to turn into 3 belts. Which is actually a lot less than I expected. But it's going to produce 9 belts. And then 9 belts of this is going to turn into 4.5 belts. Wait, I thought I had way more than that. Maybe I forgot that this is 2 to 3 and not 1 to 3. That must be it. Okay, actually, so this is less ridiculous than... Interesting. Well, obviously you can put like a shape here and a shape here. On 2 layers, fill the blue. Put 2 more shapes, fill the green. And then delete, like cut it on the diagonal and delete the diagonal parts out. And that would make 2 of the shapes from 1 painter. Or, well, 2 painting process, 1 for each color. This one, oh god. Does this have to be painted 4 times? That would make me really sad. This is so expensive. I'm trying to think if there's any way to do 2 paints at once. There was a thing about breaking crystal layers in the middle, but I think that was because like if you cut it like after it's formed. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. It's just 2 white circles and 2 pink circles. these are crystals. They're not circles. Crystals are made from like a large amount of paint. The thing that's like interesting about creating crystals is that the paint cost is like done per operation essentially. So like imagine if you go back here to this guy, right? If I have a shape that's like 3/4 filled of like just a arbitrary shape and I paint it, I crystallize or whatever, it'll make 1 square of crystal in that remaining corner. If I have 2 layers that are 3/4 and I crystallize it, it'll make 2 crystals, each 1/4 tall. So like you can make multiple, you can be more efficient with your crystallization. So like this, if I put 2 quarters on these 2 spots, so there's a hole here and here, then when I crystallize, it'll make a crystal here and a crystal here. And then I can like separate them out. So like from 1 crystallize of blue, I'll make a pair of blues here and a pair of blues here, which is like enough to feed like 2 shapes, right? And then same thing for green. But for here, that doesn't work. So I'd have to crystallize like pink, push it, crystallize white, push, crystallize pink, push, crystallize white. So I'll take 4 crystallized steps to make this shape. There is like an alternative way, which is I don't make them as full circles. I make them like, if you made this as like a half circle, right? So you imagine just 2 shapes here, and then you're gonna make like this, the whites here, and you're gonna try to swap them together. Is there a way where that makes sense? I'm not sure. But that also kind of raises me to think that I should make the thing that I hate making. I need to make a pin generator. Oh, this is a terrible one to use. I want to use something that's like a full shape. Up here. Okay. So if we look at, I forgot how this process works. It's very weird. You have pin push. So you can push 4 times, which makes a tower of pins. That's not what we want to do. We only want to make 1 layer of pins. I remember it had something to do with stacking and cutting, but I don't remember quite how it worked. Oh, maybe it was. I think I remember what it was. I think pins don't fall when they're floating. If they're attached to the bottom of shape, I think they do actually still float. So you do like pin once here. And then what I want to do here is like stack this on top of, wait, no, you need to cut this. No, the pins fell. Wait, what? The shape got destroyed. Okay. I mean, this created pins on its own. So what happened? The pins fell, and then the shape was destroyed? Why? That's not even how I remember that mechanic working. There you go. There's our layer of pins. This is like a weird fucking technique. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. You basically turn any shape into just pins. And it's just like a thing you need to be able to do. Now, I don't actually need it to do these shapes because this one you can just like pin push any shape and then fill and then push and you just keep doing it, and then eventually the top shape will just pop off the top. I just wonder if you need it for any of these shapes. Yeah, I mean, even this one, the top layer can just get pushed off. Like, you can stack the pins on top, but you don't need to. Whoa. Okay. This is a weird shape. So first of all, it's a whole bunch of different crystals, right? So you have to, like, make this in two halves and then combine it. Which means these two whites have to be made separately. Oh, this is so weird. Yeah, I think you just pin push this and then you just don't paint it and then you just swap it. So yeah. You just use this shape and then... So again, this requires a ton of paint, but it doesn't require like any shapes. And you just need two of these? Wow, okay. Weird. And these are relatively normal, uninteresting. And again, it requires a lot of paint. Yeah, it's like the amount of like paint I need is like actually ridiculous right now. Yeah, I don't think I need this particular recipe to make this. So I'm probably not gonna bother trying to make it work right now. 'Cause I don't think this actually really helps me with what I'm trying to do right now. But that is like a thing you can do and it exists. It's weird. When you drop a shape, the shape is destroyed. The pins are not destroyed. I wonder, is that in the codex? I don't think it is. Stacker. If the shapes are dropped to two inputs, upper is dropped from lower, and any disconnected will fall until they hit solid surface. If both shapes are whole, they stack neatly with empty spaces, loose quarters. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about this. If a shape falls onto a pin, it breaks. It's just not a mechanic that's in anywhere. It just exists. It's like a hidden mechanic. They don't like talk about it like anywhere. And it's like, it's fine here because they aren't asking for. Yeah, I remember in classic, in extreme, not insane, like the second highest difficulty, you had to do that, and I was pretty pissed about that. Whatever. Anyways, weird. Still exists. It's like such a bizarre mechanic. I'm also curious about the mechanic of getting black paint. I'm not actually sure how to generate black. Or colorless. Because apparently you can uncolor stuff. I mean, these are just completely random. Wow, it requires rubies. So these shapes could require like any stage of this as well. That's crazy. That's interesting. To make any machine will be kind of, it's mostly just circuits, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I mean, most of what I have to do remaining is just making extremely large amount of paint. So this is 100% paint. There's no shapes required for this at all. It's just paint. This is almost entirely paint. I need one circle for this, and like another circle and a square, and some magenta and red paint. But all the rest of it. Oh no, I also need a wedge for this. So this needs some shapes, but way fewer shapes than in the previous stages. So between these two, I need to think about how much paint I need, and like how much paint I need, and also like how to make it. But I think I'm probably just going to take a pause here. And consider this like a good checkpoint. I might be back later. Like I need to take a dinner break. So I might be back. We'll see. I might just take it easy, but obviously there's still plenty to do. But I think the next couple steps from here are gonna go fairly quickly. I don't know. Paint is just so weird. I do need to design like a better blueprints. Actually, just out of curiosity, this costs 2, this costs 1. Okay, so this is more expensive. I was wondering, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I just need to find a way to like do painting in like a more compact way. What's annoying is I can't make giant painters. But ideally I think I would do something like this. And like this is the blueprint I use. Because then like I can just go here and just say like paint. The last one didn't work, but that would be like a way easier way of doing it than I have been doing it. And then just like start going around to every single like paint asteroid and just start collecting ink. Make a giant paint train network where I'm just like, I go around the spile and have like this huge like train line of just red, green, and blue. And then I can just like bring them somewhere and make the paint and then use it. I don't know. I could also try to math out and figure out, but the only reason it's a little awkward is I was hoping you could have multiple trains on the same like network that are the same color, but that doesn't work. So I can only have most 8 trains on like one line. Anyways. We have goals. Thanks for watching.